give you like a warning with a very annoying voice at some point. You know. Cool. Should be live now. Didn't say anything, right? Oh, no, yeah, did. So yeah, you obviously have the choice to leave the meeting if you're not comfortable with being live streamed. I'm just going to put the link into the calendar invite. Okay.
And Andre, to share the music, I'll need to be co-host. I don't know if that's set up.
Yeah, I can do that real quick. I think. There we go. Now you are.
Okay, cool.
And I'm just gonna have to, sorry guys for the delay. We're almost ready. Maybe like one more minute or so. Oh, cool. So this works. Anyone can edit. I don't know if it's going to show up on your screen, but I'm just going to open Miro inside of Zoom, just because that is also the screen that will be shared to YouTube. And there. Okay. Nice.
Yeah,
right.
Sorry, Andre.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm trying to share the Zoom screen, but it's not showing up here.
You don't have to share the Zoom. You have to share, oh, sorry, the screen, just the audio.
Yeah, I think that you can't separate. You need to do both or just one. Or sorry, you can't share your screen and I share my video. It has to all be sharing.
I'm not sharing anything right now.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, we'll just go to the Miro board directly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But then that's not going to be live streamed to YouTube, right?
So I think I currently have it open and it should be visible on YouTube, the board and the faces.
Cool.
I hope at least. Oh, wait. Now I can share it. Okay. But yesterday we also made that work, no?
Yeah, I think that this works.
Okay.
Great. I'll just share the audio. Cool.
Nice. Otherwise, if it doesn't work, I'll just play the audio. That's also fine.
Sounds good.
Anyway, we're already 7 minutes in. Sorry, everybody. And I'm just going to kick off. Yeah, thanks so much for coming around. I'm really excited to see you all here. And yeah, also just very, happy to have you all because you're all from different backgrounds and different places. And I think this is going to be a very, very interesting project in general. Obviously, feel free to stay around for as long as you like or as long as you can afford. We will go through 3 workshops over the next 3 days. So today, tomorrow, and Friday. All of these workshops will take in total 4 hours. So individually 4 hours each. And we will basically run the same process that we would as with any product that we would design from scratch, where nothing really exists, just a basic idea or a concept. And today we're just going to focus on kind of exploring different perspectives and different ideas of what should be worked on or what could be a user journey, what is the goal. We'll also do some research by the end of today on similar, I guess, projects or inspirations tomorrow we will sketch on paper. If you also want to sketch at home and just upload it later over the course of today, or without joining tomorrow's session, you can obviously also do that. And on Friday, we will kind of combine all the concepts and all the sketches on paper into a wireframe together. And that's basically it as an intro. I will skip kind of personal intros just because they normally take a lot of time. So I apologize for that right now, but I can also guarantee you that there will not be any awkwardness or any necessity for that at this point. We can still do introductions and get to know each other at a later point, but we will also get to know each other's thoughts by just reading notes and voting on them and seeing kind of who's who. Obviously, you're all free to share your thoughts at any stage and yeah, contribute with whatever you think is interesting. So also just a quick note on facilitation. So I'll be kind of mainly facilitating the day for today. And Sarah's going to support me a little bit on the long-term goal and sprint questions a little bit in the end. Just so you know, just so you're not surprised that the moderator will switch. And that's everything that you need to know for now. So welcome. I'm just going to officially start this. Glad you're all here. For the next 30 minutes, let's just kind of briefly discuss the actual topic and actual content of the sprint. And so what our plan is, what we want to design. I actually realized that it doesn't seem like I can put a timer. Oh no, maybe I can. Hold on. Ah, there it is. Okay, sorry. So I'll just put a timer on 30 minutes. I will time box every now and then. This is not, well, this is a little bit to avoid overthinking, but also to just, yeah, stick with the timelines that we have. Don't worry about it though. We will cover pretty much everything we need. And if any more time is needed, then we'll just extend it a little bit. So over the next 30 minutes, we'll just kind of briefly talk, and we can kind of make this an open conversation about any thoughts, any ideas on what this project is going to be. And you're all free to contribute. I would say I can just basically start with my perspective, and then whoever wants to contribute just goes ahead. So while I'm talking, or while whoever of us is talking and sharing their thoughts, as you can see already by the instructions, take one of these post-its that Charlie is preparing, or that anybody else is copying, and and copy them wherever. And you're going to be writing things out that resonate with you. So it says HMW, that stands for how might we, and you can kind of rephrase as you're writing things down into a question, or like into a challenge. It's going to make it easier later on to basically find solutions to these challenges. But right now it's more about kind of an interim step. As you're listening, as you're picking up on things that resonate with you, write them down as how might we questions. So for example, if I say something like, you know, we want to create like a place to have an identity, like an online identity, then you would rephrase that into something that would sound something like, how might we create a place for people's online identity? Also, if you have any questions, don't hesitate using the chat like Hamad has just done. There you go. We'll always be looking at what's there, and I have an eye on it as well. So yeah, as I'm talking, or as anybody who's talking, write down as many as you can. There's no right or wrong. Don't try to make them perfect. We'll then later vote on them and prioritize what is actually most meaningful. All right, that's enough admin and intro. So I'm just going to give you a quick introduction on, or like a quick overview of what this project is about from my perspective, and then we can kind of explore other areas, ideas. I think this is generally very open. So the reason for this whole sprint is that there are actually different perspectives. So on one perspective, Charlie and I have been working on deep work for the last year to automate a lot of and actually kind of distribute a lot of tasks that would be a huge overhead for us across the entire network of our freelancers, and create a system that makes it easier to scale, but at the same time quality control our organization. And the way we currently set it up is through the use of no-code tools like Zapier and Typeform and Discord. We have roles that are badges for an expertise. And there's a very, very kind of strict process to how everything functions. And at some point, I started writing out this process and sharing it with other people. And it seemed like it has a lot of potential as an on-chain solution for decentralized quality management, quality control, but also education and attestation of particular skills. And so one of the things that we want to do here is create a software, or create the very initial stage of a software that can automate all these processes even further beyond the no-code tools. So the no-code tools that we use, they work. The organization works in that way, and it's really like it makes a lot of things a lot more efficient and pleasant. But there's still a lot of friction points. So Zapier has limitations. Discord sometimes updates and then it breaks. So a lot of these things have to be done manually or fixed manually. And it just still quite a lot of overhead to do all of these. And obviously the user experience is really crappy because we're reliant on like long form conversation chats in Discord as the main place. But it doesn't actually have to be, especially where Discord is focused on the areas that that are more important for community building rather than what we're trying to do. And so one of the reasons is to just basically take all the things that we have designed and automate them as much as possible. But there's also a lot of things that, or like several things that are very specific to deep work, and we do not want to include those just because this platform seems to be relatively universally useful for any kind of business. And so one of the core challenges will be to figure out like, or separate the features out that are useful for businesses and generally any community, and those that we can, like deep work can keep using other tools for example, like conversations keeping on Discord or writing proposals on Notion. Like these tools already exist and they have a very particular place in our kind of software environment. But this new kind of ontology of of connecting people to work together is quite is a separate part. And maybe let me just share my screen really quickly and show you generally how the process currently works, just for those who haven't seen it yet. I'll just run you through it, although I think most of you are already familiar with it. And then somebody else can talk. So where's this? Share screen. That should be this one. Okay, so oops. Log in. Okay, so as I said, everything is taking place in Discord at the moment, and generally the process goes something like this. So let's imagine I'm someone who has never worked at deep work. I have to go through a first of all, that's a quick start guide, but I'll go through a type form which asks me to basically register and sign an agreement. Once I've signed an agreement, I unlock So it's kind of a contract that I'm not going to do stupid things on camera. It's going to unlock client channels. And these are project channels that pop up whenever a new project appears. So someone like Charlie or me, who are in direct contact to the clients, set up a project, and then a channel gets created like you've seen with this one, or exactly like you've seen with this one. And it gives you a quick introduction, it gives all the working files, and then it gives you the ability to apply for collaboration with those people who have been scheduled on it. And so once someone creates the project, the creative director would select the people who work on the project, or look for freelancers who want to work on this. And then anybody else who is not an expert can apply to collaborate on these projects with that particular expert. Expert are people who have been vetted by someone else who is also an expert into the system and have been confirmed to be at a high level of work and can deliver a particularly high level of work. So for instance, we have here Dog and Robbie, they're experts. So Dog has done a lot of user research, and so he has this badge of being an expert. Robbie has a badge in expert in facilitation, also in product design. So that's because I know them, and or someone else knows them who is also an expert or higher, and have given them these badges. And then you can apply to collaborate. This is going through a type form. And you select, you first of all read some stuff through. What's your name? I'm just going to skip through these. So again, all of these things are manual. Let's say we're applying for user research, and now I can select the tasks I want to work on. So I can choose what I think is going to be my current skill level. And then once I've done this, my application gets posted into Discord and will look something like, I don't know, that's feedback, sorry. Applications will look something like this. So Lawrence would like to work on user research. Here are the tasks they want to do. And then I, as an expert, because I get pinged, I need to confirm them. So I'm going to do that as well. And basically what I do is I go through the same process. What's my username? What's his? Why did I choose to work with them? What's the, yeah, whatever. And then I also confirm the tasks that he selected. So we're kind of finding a match. Then the project runs, and after the project, there's a quick feedback round, a debrief. So the project has to be completed, and so as an expert, I then give feedback to Lawrence or whoever, how his performance was, which project that was, which tasks he completed very well. And then at some point, and so I'll go through calculating his payment as well. And then at some point, I will also attest him the badges. So again, this is all manual. It's going through like Typeform, but I'm hoping to create something that can work in a more automated way. And so with that, basically the project is completed. And then next time I can start working with someone else on a different project. And so what else happens is that anytime someone receives these badges, they're being tracked on their Discord, but they're also being tracked in a portfolio document in Google Drive. So there's feedback. I'm not going to open these, but there's basically a document of that person. What have they worked on in the past? So if I choose to work with anyone, I can always review what the work was like before. So I think that covers everything pretty roughly in general. There's obviously things like, what does the project consist of? How flexible is that? These things we can also address in the future, but that's generally the process I'm currently kind of examining, or I think that's something worth focusing on. And I would say with that, maybe like I'm gonna just open for questions, or whoever else would like to talk. So please share your thoughts. I don't know. Charlie or whoever else is also interested in.
I'll go really quickly, just because I want to kind of talk about some of the motivations here behind this as well from my point of view, because it really isn't like a system just for deep work. I really see the future of work being more project-based. So people with specific skills will come onto projects where they can be the most helpful, and then move on to the next project where they can be most helpful, rather than being employment the whole time, where they kind of rarely actually utilize their skills or work on something really meaningful, and they have to do like a range of tasks which justifies their employment in the long term. And I think that's kind of like where work will go, especially for highly creative work. And I think it's a lot how we work as well. And I think looking at a few people on this call, especially like on the development side, I know like you pick and choose your projects where you can make the most impact and meaningful side of things. And this really, to me, is kind of like an interface which will allow that to happen a lot more. So in my way of thinking about this is like, say you're a team and you have a big problem that you want to solve, you can set up a project, and then you can get people who are working on that project to have hit the required skill level to actually really make an impact and help and make sure you've got a collaboration of the best people.
Cool, thanks. There's also actually two more things that I wanted to mention. So first of all, I think we should, not I think, but I'm convinced that we should focus on kind of a more narrow scope in Web 2. So let's obviously so it's important to keep in mind any considerations for Web 3, that has to be kind of the future. But if we're into implement that, it should first make use of Web 2, because that way we can fail better and also afford failing. And the other thing is, on the same note of kind of this, sorry, I just lost my train of thought. What were we talking about?
You were talking about 2 points.
Yeah, I remember. Oh yeah, right. So the other important thing is that we should also consider designing for a network effect. So one of the reasons to also build this not just for deep work is because this is something that can be very helpful for other organizations. It seems like it will be very valuable to be able to connect those. And so if we're thinking about skills, they will have to be interoperable in a particular context and a particular representation. So if someone's a product designer at deep work, they might want to work with like, I don't know, front-end developer from D-Org or something, or from like a complex system simulator from block science. And so and it's also interesting to explore ways to see these things of an individual, like what have they contributed to in the past, what is their general knowledge. And so it could be one of the things to also think about, how do we model and display different skills from different organizations. And if we're rolling out this version, then we will also kind of have to provide the value for other organizations, not just in terms of, hey, here's the deep work like infrastructure that you can use, but it's also interoperable with everybody else who is using that version already. And again, it's not going to work right away in Web3 and super universally, but I think one of the cool things would be to just involve as many parties as possible to be able to see in the reputation scores, the different types of reputation scores of individuals who actually do some work, because that makes it also easier to screen them before you work on a project with someone. Hope that made sense. Any other comments or ideas?
Andre, maybe a question. So I'm hearing two types of problems potentially to solve. One is about how to streamline a lot of operational processes with tools, etc. And the other one is to create something that is more, for example, like the question of interoperability, for example, right? That may require things it's not like repackaging what's been done today in a better, smoother way, but it's actually thinking of something new, right? So do you have any thoughts in terms of where you would like to focus over the next couple of days? Or is it both? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question, because it's also quite a lot, but I think that's something that will probably emerge throughout the workshops. I think, or like throughout the exercises. So we will look at a user journey. We will kind of try and decide on what an area could be that's most important, but ideally it would be nice to at least, so I think primarily it should automate the processes, also to just make the using the application easier, but there should be some obvious either path or advantage that points towards the networking or like the network effects. Okay, cool.
Okay.
So if that answers the question, it's very tricky at this point, I think.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, there's a lot of unknowns ahead. And another question, Charlie, you're mentioning, project-based work. So it's also is that also the focus of this, or do we? Because there are for example, even at a startup, right? They may be like operations, right? So there's not necessarily a beginning and an end, but it's this continuum, right, of work that a group or a person does. So is it fair to say we're focusing here on project-based only?
I think that could extend to teams as well, but I think it would probably be like you'd still call the team a project, and it would work in a similar way, because I can't see the difference in kind of the user interaction being that different. So like you'd go in and you would say, I need to create a new project, which could also be a team. It's just like a project which is lasting several years rather than a few weeks. And then you set that you need certain skills to work on that project in the same way as certain skills need to work on that team.
I agree. I think it might be even worth
what they were.
Okay. I would probably even prefer the project-based work, because it creates an affordance that there can be an end to every type of collaborative work, and there probably should be, because otherwise it'll drift on forever, or it could drift on forever, and that's also something like a kind of an intentional limitation, I would say.
You could actually extend that to say, like, actually the best sort of startup and tech companies teams will work in short periods such as sprints, so it kind of works in the same way there, where they can continue to improve and iterate in that sense too.
Yeah, I think that there's that's something that maybe for later we can discuss more. But for example, if you're in a call center, right, you may get assigned cases to work on, right? And there's no real beginning and end. There's not like at this point in time, we all kind of like all the call center agents stop and they give each other feedback and things like that, right? So the idea of this, or if you work in a factory, I'm just kind of picking extreme examples, right? But I think that there is a difference in the type of work that is done in a project, right? With clear beginning and deliverable, right? And then now, if you're done now you need to move on to the next thing, right? Whereas in this kind of like factory-like perhaps work environments, right? That's not the case. So there are, I think, some intrinsic differences there, but we don't need to dig into that.
It's pretty worth us defining the target user here, because I didn't necessarily see people who are in jobs as the target for this. It would be more like freelancers, consultants, and people who want to do project-based work should be the target, especially for the first version of this. But that doesn't mean that we need to exclude what you're talking about. It's just kind of more of a prioritization.
Perfect. No. That clarifies a lot. Thank you.
It's not that I disagree. I think that we don't have to limit ourselves to that target audience. But although I would say that the most suitable target audience for at least this stage, and I mean, yeah, I guess that makes sense. So that it's like the very initial step to design this. The very first target audience is so it's actually individuals that get to a point where their organization can scale, or an organization that has trouble scaling. And so just a freelancer will probably not make a lot of use of, but an organization that is already scaling, but the problem is that they need to quality control, they need to, like they are kind of forced to grow. This system is going to make it a lot more controllable. So, and it's not very suitable for freelancers who are who just do work because of their breadth of projects. They could probably still use it, but it's probably not going to be ideal.
I think you were talking about two different user groups of this product, and maybe that's where this is like a little bit confusing, because there's kind of like an admin level who's going to create a skill system, and there's also the people who work who are then obtaining the skills, which I assumed would be more targeted towards freelancers.
Well, okay, yeah, that's fair. Okay, yeah, that's true. So it's actually kind of two target audiences. So one of them where it has to be useful are the ones who will operate the actual kind of node of the system, which are the scaling organizations. And then, yeah, I agree. So I actually I went from a different perspective.
Yeah, sorry, Andrei, I just want to add to this, just maybe give a mental model that might be helpful, or maybe completely off. But so first of all, if you're building a reputation system, there might be more use cases than just assembling project teams. You can use it for like to solve voting problem in DAOs. You can do it for grants giving. You can use it for education, actually, because if you have a market of skills required, and you know that you are missing something important, that's basically it can automatically form an education pathway for you. What skills do you need to acquire to, let's say, make X euros per month or work in a certain company or a certain position. But I would also just I think a helpful business mental model that allows to abstract away the actual domains is that you can think of this as a system where you have an input in terms of credentials that might be issued after you complete a project. It can be your education. It can be something that you self-attest, like your portfolio or your, I don't know, GitHub activity for the past 10 years. Or something that you can even prove from like blockchain, the fact that you deployed a contract or you participated in a certain community and so on. So that's an inflow of data that can be credentialized and assessed as a skill. Then there's different domains, and those are very different because like the professional reputation of UX researcher, designer, or engineer, or factory worker are completely different, and there's a like ontology takes to build ontology for each of those takes time. But if we can design the abstract this architecture in advance so that you can actually build different plugins for issuance. You can build the plugins that works with university, or work with online education platform, work with after project reporting. Then you have different again pluggable domains. So all those credentials are put into the personal storage of the holder. So they have this pseudonymous identity. They have all those credentials. They can never share them. It's their data. They can choose to do whatever they want. But if they want them to build a reputation of the designer, they go to a specific model or specific kind of micro app built on top of this protocol, input all the credentials, all the historic data that they have, and the output would be your like nice looking designer profile. You can do the same for engineer profile. So you can actually be both, and you can be good engineer and bad designer, or yeah, up to you. And that actual profiles, those are what verifier customers need. So organizations or DAOs who are using this system to solve their internal coordination problems, they would be working with those profiles and the models that generate the profiles.
Yeah.
one thing that I've seen a lot of people get fixated on is the kind of like treating skills as content tagging for Netflix or for Amazon or for things like that, right? So this acquisition of this badge, right, kind of like becomes the be all end all, and I think that it's very hard to digitize a human, right, and a human's capabilities. So I think that a tricky part is kind of like finding the balance between what is that skill that you acquired, right? But who's attesting to that? Who is really like, what is the output of that, right? I can say Java programming, right? That can mean a million things, right? And it becomes kind of like useless in the big scheme of things, right? So I think that to me, and I've been looking into this space for about a year or a little more. To me, the really tricky part of this is how do you provide context to a specific attestation, and how do you translate, how does an observable action translate into that attestation? To me, is kind of like that link is really what matters most, because otherwise, look at LinkedIn, right? Everyone has skills attached to them, right, to their profiles, and it's useless, right? So it's a fine balance, I think, between those two.
Yeah, I agree. And I think so with LinkedIn, the problem is that there is no clear track of where that attestation really comes from. But what we can do, and as I mentioned before, because we would also provide the place where the actual project work happens. So we almost have a verification of when the work is being done by other entities, and it's actually kind of two different parties. So there's the person who does the work, the person who they're working with, who is an expert, and there's a creative director who is kind of signing off the project. And so once that has been completed, then the skill badges get attested, and they're tied to, they can be, in our system, they are tied to the exact project where they have been attested. So you can always review in hindsight what someone has been working on based on the documentation of which projects have been completed. The other thing that's also like we should also consider is that, first of all, people don't necessarily always will want to share the attestations with everybody, and also the skills or the task could change and decay over time. So we have something that's kind of a documentation of how a specific task needs to be done in order to be attested, and so that a badge can be attested for that work to be done. So there's a written out documentation. If you complete this and you deliver this to the happiness to the person who's been supervising you, then you get that badge. But that documentation can also change and improve, and then that link is not really representative anymore. So we just have to take that into consideration. It's not a huge problem. It's just something that is also kind of part of the thing, because that helps keeping track of decaying skills. So, you know, when you haven't worked on, like if you haven't been designing for a year, getting back into design is not going to be like a 0 to 100, like an immediate step to being an expert again. It's going to take a little bit of time to update yourself. But if the badges are immutable, then that's not what they would represent. So just to keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody else have any questions or thoughts? Anything we haven't talked about yet? Or anything?
I think that there's, sorry, just one last thing. I think that also there's this kind of like game theoretic thing going on in the background, right? About what information to disclose when, right? And I think that Stefan was alluding to that as well. So So yeah, I mean, if you get a you know 5 bad reviews, so to speak, right? Are you really going to share that? And if you don't share it, then how good is the system to actually attest that you're a good developer? You know what I mean? So there's that, yeah, information asymmetry, information sharing issues potentially if you're you know, if you have a self-sovereign identity and you're sharing that information.
Yeah.
And that can be so, I mean, it cannot be solved immediately from version 1, but you can design a system that will self-correct this over time. And to do this, you need to split these 2 layers. First layer, you need to design the most frictionless experience of acquiring credentials and attestations and data. And it's okay if 90% of that is garbage and you cannot establish the trust, root of trust, or it's not like you can maybe weight it as 10% of a credential that is issued by some well-known issuer organization or university or whatnot. But so if you give ability to anyone to issue anything and allow people to build rich profile, okay, in the beginning, those would look like very much like LinkedIn, but that's fine. Then the second layer on top of that would be the actual verification and scoring of those profiles. Then for that, you need just, so if it's a maybe a review from my boss or from my peer, from my teammate, we can score it high because those trusted individuals. If it's something that I self-attest about myself, that might be scored lower. If it's coming from GitHub or I don't know, Dribble, Figma, some Web2 platform. So yeah, again, on GitHub you have a lot of data, so something matters more, something matters less. And yeah, as I said, the first version wouldn't be correct, but if you give this flexibility to create various scoring systems and actually build multiple of those over time, as the system is used, like the best one will outcompete or just race to the top.
That's true. So almost like, yeah, that's a good point. So we should probably remember to like open the possibility to or like offer the possibility to import or create a reputation system into this, so that you can decide on, like, do you think Twitter is a good representing algorithm of your reputation, or do you want to use your experience points from like metagame, or do you want to use your reputation from Colony? So I think, yeah, and or do you even want to come up with your own thing and be just like, hey, this is I have like 2,000 experience points or something.
So I think that I'm just thinking about what metric would show the usefulness of this product, and in my opinion, that would be accuracy of the kind of predicted reputation score or reputation profile, and that accuracy depends. So you need, like, ideally you need plugins to all of those systems. So you need to be able to issue or self-issue data from all the sources. Like from Twitter, you just download all the data you have, and then there might be a scoring algorithm that looks at who follows you, and there might be another, like, I don't know, an NLP that looks through your tweets, and somehow, like, if you're content manager, that might be useful. If you're I don't know, founder, investor, might be useful to see who are your followers, and so for the different domains, those scoring can differ.
Yeah,
but yeah, it's important to allow importing of everything that is available today online.
Exactly. I think that's a very key tool for facilitating this network effect and connecting other platforms. And as you say, that will naturally emerge the best reputation systems over time. Cool. All right, does anybody else have any specific questions maybe? Otherwise, we can also move on and start voting. Cool, okay. Rodolfo, can you check if the music works? Just because I'm screen sharing. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I think yesterday
it doesn't.
Okay.
It says you can't share computers sound while other participants are screen sharing. So yeah, you may. Sorry.
Oh, but actually, can you share the Miro board as an app as your a co-host? Can you do that?
No, only one person can screen share at a time.
Okay.
That's the thing.
Okay, cool. That's fine then. I think I can then just share some music. Okay, so for the next stage, now that we've collected a lot of post-its on how how might we's are and a lot of kind of ideas, the next couple of minutes, yeah, I did, but it doesn't work. So for the next couple of minutes, we want to arrange the how might we's a little bit into categories, because there will be categories forming, and so on top you can see here as Charlie dragging around are the categories. You can also come up with your own category if you find something, or rename one of those. I think we can just kind of naturally do that along the way. And then basically move the post-its underneath these categories quickly and just kind of arrange them. If you find that there's something that is identical or very, very similar to something else, don't hesitate to overlap them. So if you find something that's exactly the same as another post-it, it's fine if you can only read one of them. Okay, so I'm going to set a timer on 7 minutes to this. I don't think there's too many of them. Take your time to read through the post-its here, and I'm going to see if I can play some music here. And,
quick question. Yeah. So by skill accreditation, do we mean issuance? And by skill system creators, do we mean ontology? Correct?
Oops, sorry. Is that in the
category
okay.
is called skill accreditation?
Oh,
is
I think
issuance.
Yeah, let's call it issuance.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting, but just trying to.
No, it's definitely, yes, it makes sense.
And then the last one.
The last one,
that one is like ontology, right? Like building.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So the ontology, or anything that is related to the actual tasks, or like the actual, sorry, not the actual tasks, the administration of the infrastructure and any internal processes.
Aren't these two the similar type of categories?
I don't know. If you feel like it, rename it. There's no rules. It could be. Also, like maybe, yeah, Charlie has to defend himself because he wrote them up.
I think I wrote it, and I would defend that issuance is just putting individual credential or badge into your storage, and then scoring is coming up with the profile that is actionable for the verifiers based on that, because you might not need all of them, or you might somehow compute or change those.
That makes sense. Yeah. Cool. Cool. Nice. Just gonna stop this. Thank you. So now I would say over the next 7 minutes again, let's just vote. So everybody of you can take 4 votes. And I wonder, Charlie, should we do a different color? Would that be helpful? Just because we also have to be responsible of this being more or less implementable.
Andrei, there's just a quick.
Yep.
I'm sorry, just a quick suggestion. I don't know if you don't want to change the process, but
No,
in Miro you actually have built-in process to vote.
I know, yeah. The problem with that is that you cannot see the votes afterwards, but we will actually need them as we move the post-its around. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. It's a bit more finicky. But yeah, still thanks. Cool. Charlie, does that make sense to take blue ones?
Yeah, let's use them, but try not to use them. So just a backup in case we have to.
Okay. Well, I mean, try not to use them. I think we can either use them or not. Like, there's no try.
Oh, I mean, like use them, but when it comes to like the next stage, when we're kind of like building the hierarchy, only if we kind of need to use them to make sure that's something that's implemented.
Exactly. We can even make them like red, so they're barely visible.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Something like this. So 4 votes each, and Charlie and I will take 5.
Do we need to change the color, or everybody is doing the same color?
Just take pink, yeah. Yes, we'll have a break. A break is let me just quickly see. After we decided on the sprint questions and long-term goal. All right, I think I have another 1 vote left or so. I'll just, if anybody else has some, also feel free to take a minute.
How many votes do we have?
Oh, in total 4.
Okay, thank you.
Is anyone not finished with voting yet? Okay. That means I was the slowest. Sorry for that. Cool. Let's move these over into the next screen. I might need some help because I'm on a different computer and I have a mouse that doesn't move. I got myself one of these things with a ball. It's very weird to control things with a thumb only. So anyway, yeah, let's move them over. You can, yeah, exactly. So don't have to keep them there. Just move them into the other screen. And the 1 dots on the very bottom and 2 dots above and everything else above that. That way we can see what's most important. Yeah, Vikram, you got it? Cool. Thanks. Thank you so much. That was very helpful. Okay, I'm going to read through them real quick and see if everything is clear. So on the very top, we have how might we create persistent, lifelong professional reputation system, and how might we build software that manages people's skills. So that makes a lot of sense. I think this is something that summarizes the kind of goal quite well. And obviously there's more facets and perspectives on it, but this is like the overarching, or like one of the overarching goals. Then we have how might we make sure this is an open source tool that can be used beyond deep work and create a standardized tool for skills, credentials useful for any community. Yeah, so I guess this is kind of going along the same note, along the same lines, because that if we can build something that's open source and can be useful for anyone, we can provide, or like we can also create a kind of reputation system that can be, that doesn't necessarily have an end, or can offer something that's similar to LinkedIn, but more persistent or more useful over time. And then there's a few with 2 votes. How might we create operational processes to prepare, execute, and improve the delivery of services? That's obviously part of it in terms of the kind of project-based work. How might we create a standard to provide a self-sovereign credential system? How might we standardize and calibrate the feedback provided? That's also very important in terms of how people feedback each other. How might we create profiles that offer value to the users because it clearly shows their skills and past projects? How might we enable universal identifiers cross DAO, cross chain, Web 2, Web 3? Also very in line with the comment above. How might we ensure legitimacy and mitigate gaming, abuse, and dishonesty? This was also alongside another post that I really liked, which is how to incentivize truthfulness or something like that, or truthful behavior, which is very difficult. But I think, it's kind of impossible to create like absolute truth, but we can at least try and mitigate the abuse and dishonesty. How might we visualize the exploration paths in a nice way? So this is also very cool because everybody has their own trajectory of development and interest, but there's also the other side of organizations who design these skill systems so that there has to be kind of a match of what people are interested in, and then at the same time, what is actually possible. How might we make this useful for people who want to build skill systems? How might we make it accessible for admins to create, bless you, a new skill system with their own custom roles and skills? So this is also something that's important. I think, we'll have to look into how that can work, because I can also imagine that can be something that's rather on the back end and might at first have to happen more or less manually, but we'll see. Maybe it's going to be easy. And then there's a lot with like 1 votes. I'm not going to read through them just for the sake of time. Let me just see if there's anything. I think pretty much everything is mentioned there, unless any one of you sees that there's something worth pointing out in particular. There's the attestation can be kept private thing, make a protocol that allows people to learn and upskill better than education. Okay. So either way, we will return back to those anyway later. And just because I'm not reading them doesn't mean that they're lost. We'll still have them here, and we'll be able to consider them in any stage of the sprint. Cool. So thanks so much. That was the How might we's. I'm going to hand over to Sarah if you're ready, if you're good for the next 2 exercises.
Sounds good. All right, so we're going to go over the positives and negatives. The first is going to be a long-term goal. So basically just something that can help us create direction when we have some sort of confusion or disagreement. You can start out by just saying in 2 years, and then go with your long-term goal from there. It doesn't have to be specific. It can be vague if it needs to be. And then we'll vote on the most concise long-term goal.
Cool. I'm going to set 5 minutes. If anybody has any questions, just put it in the chat, which should be relatively straightforward. Last minute. Is anyone not finished yet? Cool. Sounds good. I'll just stop the timer then.
Okay, so now we'll vote, and there will be one vote each. You can vote on your own goal if you'd like, but read through them all and just see what you think is most concise, and then put your vote. There will be about 3 minutes for the voting process.
Thank you. Charlie and I will use 2 votes.
Excuse me, how many votes each? Okay.
Okay, so it looks like everyone has voted. Does anyone need more time? Okay. So it looks like the one that got the most votes is that in 2 years' time, we have decentralized reputation protocol used for assessing and establishing trust between people and organizations. Is there anything else? Oh, actually, there's another one here.
Yeah, I just moved it up, sorry.
Thank you. All right. Okay, so in 2 years' time, every DAO will be tracking skills of its members, and people will have a verifiable proof of work attached to their decentralized identity / reputation. It will be effortless to find people with certain skills, and people will prefer working with organizations that can augment their credentials and skill history. Okay.
Cool. I think, yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
I think the first one is actually quite concise, and I'm just trying to see if there's anything that's like any way we can combine them. So what might be missing from
quick comment here. I think there's a lot of similarities, and yeah, really, I'm curious, and it's open question. So when we're talking about reputation, do we only mean professional reputation, and we only mean DAOs? So, for example, just one example I have in my mind right now. Let's say you have a professional profile, but what if you're using it as a credit score, for example, in DeFi or in traditional finance? It's not like directly work related, but it's something that is useful across multiple contexts. So maybe you want to join a community of experts and not work with them, but just like a gated community of people who are really good at something. Sometimes you want to like have very deep conversations. Yeah, so just trying to understand the scope. Or
yeah, I mean, I agree. I think anything is possible generally. I think this is definitely something that can be like, it seems like that would be a use case for the result. So certainly, obviously within the same framework that people can decide on what they want to share and what they don't want to share. But I totally agree that it should be as accessible and interoperable as possible. And that's also kind of, that's why I think I voted on both of these, because they are vague enough to allow this reality, because it's the one is about establishing trust between people and organizations, and the other one is just yeah, it's easy to find people with certain skills as an organization, but also like any entity.
I think the main thing that would be good to capture from the second one into the first one is like this idea that it's like related to doing work, because the first one just mentions reputation protocol, so it could be like any form of reputation. So I think just the like referencing, you know, work and skills and credentials or something might help.
Yeah,
to clarify.
That's very true. Yeah.
So amid this change, does it reflect this if we say professional reputation protocol? Just I think to be concise.
I think proof of work is definitely is maybe even a bit more specific, because professional reflects that there is a profession, but work is the actual like implementation of the profession. Yeah, something. Yeah, exactly. And as something that can be proved, the completion of which can be proven, right?
Yeah, just proof of work. I'm instantly thinking about minors.
Yeah, exactly. That's the yeah.
The other thing that I think it's important from the second one to the first one is it's very the second one is output oriented, right? Every DAO will be tracking skills, versus the first one is we'll have this thing. right?
Mhm.
So,
Right.
just having it doesn't really, in the long term, doesn't really help if no one's using it. So,
Right. So here's for assessing and establishing trust between organizations. Maybe we can just add it, tracking skills of members, finding people with certain skills.
yeah, and sorry, what I was trying to say, Andre, was that in the second one we say every DAO will be using this tool, right? So it's a bit narrow perhaps to just focus on DAOs or focus on Web3, right? But it's specific in terms of what the expected impact is, versus the first one is we just created this tool. So
yeah. So I just rewrote it a little bit. So yeah, it's kind of more aspirational that way. So in 2 years, we have decentralized proof of skill, work, reputation protocol used by every business for assessing and establishing, well, let's say every organization. Although I can imagine that there's organizations who are not going to have to use that. Let's say by most.
You can also get rid of assessing because that's what you just added at the end.
Right. That's true. Yeah.
Just for brevity.
Yeah. For establishing trust between people and organizations, tracking skills of members, finding people with certain skills. Cool. I'm good with that. Charlie, are you good? Okay.
Sorry to be too far away.
Okay, cool.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and paste it over in the long-term goal area.
Nice. Thank you.
Okay. There we go. All right. And now we're going to start thinking about some things that could potentially go wrong underneath that long-term goal. So each person gets 3 sticky notes to describe a potential challenge that you see happening while trying to reach that goal. And then we'll go ahead and take 5 minutes for that. And then we'll take 3 minutes afterwards to vote.
Thank you. 5 minutes.
Does it have to be a question, or is there a certain format for the sticky note?
You can start with something like "can we" and then make something happen. So that's going to be the format we'll use for the user testing anyway, like later when we write the interview guide. But generally, it's fine, whatever feels right for you. If you can rephrase it into a "can we do something" question, then that's certainly already a step ahead.
Okay. So I see people are still writing, so feel free to take a little bit more time and then just let me know when you're ready.
Are we limited at all to how many we drop in?
You can do technically as many as you want, but 3 would be good because otherwise we might take hours to read through them.
Thank
or
you.
vote. But if you have 4, that's also fine. Or 2. It's not hard coded.
Okay. So it looks like everyone is finished up. If not, you can let me know. But if we are ready to go, then we can get started with the voting. Each person for this voting process will get 2 votes, and then Andre and Charlie will get 3. And we'll have 3 minutes for it.
Oh yeah, sorry, James, if you, yeah, cool. If you move the dots around, then they will most likely slide underneath the post-it, so you'll have to right-click them and then bring them to front.
See if you actually a lot of stickers that are almost the same. Do we want to group them?
Yeah, feel free to move them around and group them a little bit. If they're the same, then also just don't hesitate overlapping them and kind of take it in your own hands. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. Does anyone need extra time to finish up voting?
I don't
Okay.
think so.
All right. So we're trying to find 3 specifically, right, Andre? Or
Mhm.
does it matter?
Yeah, it would be good to have 3. So let's just look at what's there. There's a lot with 2 votes, so we'll just probably have to improvise a little bit. I think the first one makes a lot of sense. So we have one with 3 votes, which is, can we get enough traction to create network effects? That seems reasonable and important.
Okay.
So I'm just going to drag that out. Oops. And then, oh yeah, then
First
that
one, yeah.
Yeah. That also, yeah. Skills don't hold a lot of meaning, aren't interoperable due to lack of structure and standardization. Also 100%. And then we have a lot with 2 votes. And let's just see if they somehow maybe fit into, like, I think we'll probably create another one and then see if we can also combine them. Okay, so what do we have? We don't show enough value in the protocol, the MVP that we get. Yeah, so that's the issue when if we create something and then it's not immediately clear that what the value in using this would be, and so the fear could be that we don't create enough value so that we don't get enough funding, and then we can't progress.
That is kind of linked to a few other things as well, which is organizations fail to understand the tool, you know, like in the same way. Like that would kind of solve if the organizations can see the value in the tool, then that kind of overlaps a little bit.
In some ways, it's also similar to like getting enough traction to get network effects.
I was just about to say, yeah.
Yeah.
I just had this one question. So someone had voted this note. I don't know if this vote belongs to this one or this one, because there are 2 copies of the same note. Here's the one and here's the one.
Yeah, I copied that because I feel that there were 2 things there. One was the decentralization theme, and the other one just spam, data not trusted, etc. So,
yeah, so it's basically under the trust department, right?
I think the most important thing for like this third question is like the legitimacy concept. I think all 4 of these cards kind of talk about that in some way. You know, making sure that the skills output maps actually to the work done, and it's not like optimizing for the system itself. You know, like you optimize for what you measure. So if we're measuring skills, like, you know, we might devolve into people just playing this like skills game instead of actually focusing on doing the best work.
Yeah, so basically I guess this one has an extra vote. I don't know.
The system is centralized. Yeah, so I think this one is more
basically, I guess these 2 are different, and like
I guess I think we can just move this here and delete this.
Yeah, exactly.
The fundamental question is about trust. It's not about like decentralization for the sake of decentralization. It's about is there a consensus that this data can be trusted?
Okay, so it's slightly. So I'm just also trying to understand precisely. So it's still a little bit different from the second one, right? Because the second one is more about the meaning in technical interoperability, whereas this one is more around the subjective perception on the value across different organizations or people who, like the legitimacy. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, like legitimacy between the organizations and the workers itself. Like it's a big legitimate a bubble or a blob or a group, we can say. Like organizations can trust each other, workers can trust each other, or something like that.
Yeah.
It's also, you can think of this as two layers, or I'm thinking about it as two layers. First layer is, can we create an ontology, the kind of the set of skills that accurately represent reality? And second one, if we able to do it, can there be a consensus between different organizations and users of the protocol about the veracity of the data? So yeah, I guess I'm trying to say that it's still different. It's still two different things, but one comes after another.
Yeah. Okay.
One thing that I think is related to the top kind of like just network effects and traction is adoption by the end users, right? So there's one here that has one dot that I think probably can get fit into that. Because we're talking about, I mean, how many profiles do you guys have, right? And how when was the last time that you updated a profile, right? It's just like the track record on adoption is terrible in this space.
So I'm just going to combine the ones with the highest votes. So here, can we get enough traction to create network effects and large-scale adoption?
Yeah.
I think that's one that makes sense.
It's almost like everything else follows from that. So the overarching goal, you need adoption and you need the network effect. To do that, you need data to be trusted. To do that, you need ontology and issuance and all the pieces working together correctly and nicely.
Conventional legitimacy. Yeah. Okay. So let's. So
yeah, that was me
way
trying to summarize these 4 cards here.
Yeah, I like that. So I was just kind of ordering them that way, as Stepan was saying. So we have the network effects and adoption, legitimacy of skills, and then the interoperability and ontology, right? Okay, cool. Done. We can probably just move them over as is. I didn't delete them, don't worry. Okay. Or actually, yeah.
Did we maybe reword the last one to be a question? It's kind of like stands out as the only one that's not a question.
Yep.
I don't know if it matters.
Yep. We should.
And sorry, I just thought about this as you know, as we're doing this, but kind of like a first step would seem to be able to very clearly articulate the value, right, for the individual and for the organizations. And I think that we've kind of like implicitly talked about that. But yeah, I think that might be helpful as well. Not for this exercise, just a general comment.
I actually just added that on. Can we provide enough value to get enough traction and create network effects? Can we ensure legitimacy of skills, credentials, and ensure it maps to reality? Can skills hold a meaning, are interoperable, have structured standardizations between orgs? Awesome. Oh yeah, we should also look at the which of those is most important. I think the first one makes most sense, right? Like if we solved for that, then yeah, okay. Problem solved. Cool. Done. It's way too easy. Why didn't anybody else do that before? Cool. Great. Well, thanks so much. And thanks, Sarah, for your support. That's great. And let's take a little break. Maybe like, what time do we have? Let's do 15 minutes. And then we carry on with the user journey. I'll actually try and prepare that because we already have something. And then we'll do some research in the end. So yeah, and then we'll probably, maybe we'll be even finished early. So thanks so much for the first half. You guys are great. It's very enjoyable. I really like this. And I'll see you in 15. All right, welcome back. Sorry, I was a bit slow. Cool, so thanks so much for the first half. Just to remind you, we've already gone through kind of a good large conversation around everything that should be part of the kind of ecosystem and feature set. We just looked at a long-term goal and then some more pessimistic sprint questions. And now we have 2 phases left, which is sketching out a user journey and kind of agreeing on everything that we can look at in terms of a user journey. And then we'll do a little bit of research on visual inspiration or structural inspiration from other products, something that already exists, something that we can maybe steal some ideas from. So for the user journey, we have these like 6 steps. And I think for this sprint, it might be worth focusing on the experience of an expert or a worker, so essentially a freelancer, because I think that would cover everything that we need to prioritize automating. And that would make essentially the experience the easiest. So there's a lot more people who are freelancers or experts or collaborators in that, as I call them in the system. It's a lot more of them than teams who would set something like that up, or creative directors. And so it makes sense to automate the processes for these first and to design for them. Because if we can manage that, if we can manage to actually create a process that works for a lot of individuals, then it will be almost like an automatic reason for like owners of or leaders of organizations to actually use the system too, even if it will present a little bit of friction at first. So let's just take 10 minutes to think about or to write out a journey. So anything you can think of that goes from what I've described in the beginning in terms of like setting up a project or actually participating in a project. I think setting up is probably not an expert task, but you can improvise, and all the way through managing their identity, maybe even things like giving feedback to each other, whatever you can think of that's important to you and that seems important to you. And once we've done that, we will then vote on the on the most prominent user journey and try to combine them all into, oh, I have yogurt in my face. I didn't realize. And then we'll combine them into a user journey that captures kind of all individual steps that we think are important. And yeah, I also brought over one that Charlie and I have worked through, I think last week or so. It's kind of a sketch, more or less, so that we can also merge that together and have a full picture. Again, if you have any questions, please let me know. Otherwise, take these 6 post-its that are here and copy them over to wherever you feel comfortable, where nobody's looking. And yeah, write a journey starting from wherever you like and ending at whichever step you like. And again, be as granular or specific as or as vague as you want. It's up to you. Any questions?
So just to clarify, so our customer in this case is the person who's building that profile, and then does it have to be 6-step journey? Or
well, yeah.
What if it's more?
Ideally, try to limit yourself to 6. You can also do like 7 or 8 if that's if it's necessary. It's 6 just because we will have a lot of different people also writing their own versions, and they naturally will contain all steps we need, or like the most. But again, if it's more comfortable for you to stick with 7 or 8 or so, yeah, don't feel too limited. And yes, so we also want to look at individuals who own their profiles.
Mm-hmm.
Or was there anything else? These are the things that you're asking, right?
Yeah, that's clear.
Or anything?
Yeah, just thinking, do we want to start with customer frictions and pain points, or just basically ideate on the flow?
Let's ideate on the flow first, and then we'll see like really what the journey looks like. The pain points and frictions will be evident based on the combination of the map and the how might we's that we've done earlier or in the beginning of the workshop. And so obviously that's also something that came maybe, well, yeah, I think generally we can probably let's try and first map out the journey, and then think if there's necessity to discuss any pain points along that. So 10 minutes. Oh yeah, and write out one step per post-it, ideally. So if there's a few more details, that's no problem, but not everything in just one.
Sorry, can you repeat?
Sorry, yeah, let me just tune down the music. I was just saying, write down one step of the user journey per post-it. So obviously, if that step contains a bit more information, that's totally fine. I'm just saying, like, make use of all 6 post-its. So don't write everything onto one.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
away again. You've gone away, my friend. You've gone away forever. Yeah, you've gone away again. You've gone away, my friend. Yeah, you've gone away forever, ever. It seems every time I turn around, another love gets put underground. How long till I'm down? Yeah. You've gone away again, gone away again, gone away, my friend.
Just gonna wait another minute or two. I think Hamad is still writing.
Yeah, sorry, I was running slow.
No stress, all good. Nice. Oops, sorry. Okay. Wonderful. Thanks so much. It was actually pretty hard to stick to 6. I totally agree. I also had to do one more. And even that's not enough. Anyway, so yeah, thanks for writing those out. Let's go into voting, and voting is relatively simple. So I think 5 minutes should be enough. So everybody will get 2 votes, and 1 vote you place on a letter, so A, B, C, D, E, F, or G. And the second vote you can place on any post-it you like, so any yellow post-it. So the idea behind it is to look through all the journeys that you have, so all the rows and journeys that are there, and select the one that you think represents our goals the most and kind of stands out the most. And if you feel like there's something missing, you can add on another vote on another post-it. So we will review basically all journeys with all votes and all individual post-its with a vote as well. So take your time reading through them. I'll set the timer on 5 minutes. If we need more, we can easily extend that as well. But yeah, aside from that, I'll see you in 5. just going to try and make this journey here a bit bigger. Cool. Somebody, yeah,
is this a good time to discuss some of these? Or
definitely, yeah. Let's do it. Yeah. What are your thoughts?
I have just a question, and I might be wrong here, but so I'm looking at the goal that we articulated on the previous exercise, and I think just looking through these use cases, there seems to be 3 quite different products. So first one seems to be like a job marketplace. There's a lot about finding something to work on, collaboration, yeah, like basic lab work.
Yeah.
Second one seems to be about reputation, just capturing and building that profile and sharing it. And the third one is about project management. So really, it's a tool to help like DAOs or companies to manage projects. And it seems to be, it might be hard to combine all 3 because those are focused on actually different customers with different problems. First one, you need to find a job. Second one, you need to prove something, maybe to find a job or maybe to join a team or some other use cases. And the last one, it is focused on organizations rather than individuals. So yeah, how do you want to go about this?
I mean, from my perspective, they're all connected and they're all interdependent. So we couldn't create a job market. It wouldn't make sense to create a job market if it didn't have the added benefit of tracking skills and creating attestations for skills. Likewise, we couldn't create only a skill attestation system without the job market, because then we wouldn't be able to track the actual validity of the skills or legitimacy.
I think it's so. I mean, just going back to the getting traction and building network effect question. If you're building a job marketplace, there's a lot of competition. So in crypto space, for example, Gitcoin is already quite a popular product. A lot of people using it, and there's nothing stopping. So if we have a good enough reputation system, there's nothing stopping Gitcoin using it, and they already have everything else like payments and matching and all that infrastructure. Right. And in the same way, in project management tools, so you can build a new one, or you can just say that, okay, for MVP purposes, we're just kind of embedding it into something existing, open source or whatever. Yeah, well, what I know from Gitcoin is that they have a struggle with scaling. And they have a struggle with like the internal organization of how people actually work together. So maybe it's kind of a way to compete with on all 3 domains. I think we don't have to design everything at once, but I do think that these things are tightly connected, and it's probably we'll have to look at what to focus on first, like what solves the immediate problem first, so that we can gain traction internally, but also within the network, and then expand from there to kind of create the other parts that are necessary. So I personally wouldn't probably focus on the job market itself as much at the moment, but more with the kind of unique value propositions that we have that no other platform really offers, at least for now. And then I think the other parts will fall in place.
Like something similar to SaaS, an enterprise tool that can be used by any other organization.
Yes, but not as a service. So it's still just a product. so SaaS means software as a service, where you have like the thing kind of maintained by an organization, but this is more an infrastructure, like a protocol that does not have to be a service. But generally, functionally, yes.
So
all right.
Some thoughts I had around this was if we one of the sort of key questions was can we like create enough like network effects and get traction. So I think for the various different organizations in Web3 that might want to use this, they all have their own sort of existing processes for how to like get people to do work. And I think if we try to keep this like more unopinionated on, how people manage their own projects, and instead like let people like use their own project management tools they're already using, but then make it really lightweight for them to like reflect into this system, just like setting up the tasks and the skills only, and not really trying to like expand the scope of the project management side of this beyond tracking what skills were being done on what task. I think that's like the best chance of success, because if we're too opinionated on the project management side, then it might not work for a lot of organizations, and it might become we might not get that wider adoption that we need.
Totally agree. Yes. 100%.
Yes. Yeah. And
one.
sorry,
Go
go ahead. Okay, thanks. Just totally agree with that. Just building on top of it, I think a lot of Web3 is what's happening is like protocols are building one on top of another instead of like trying to build it the proprietary way, and that's the kind of the strength of it. And the question that you asked, Andre, I think that is actually solvable. So you can use external sources to get. So for example, on Gitcoin, they have those kudos system. A lot of DAOs in their Discord, they have something like deep work. Maybe it's different, but that data is still accessible through API or some way. There's SourceSpread and a bunch of tools that already have data that you can just pull into single profile, and the value comes from aggregation and then evaluation of those credentials. So I think it's not required to build full stack. It's actually, you can bootstrap go-to-market or bootstrap initial traction by partnering and building on top of existing products that are used widely.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So Andre, just one thought here. You said, maybe let's not focus on the marketplace, and it's not that's maybe we focus on it later, right? In terms of building adoption, right, into this. If I'm like, for example, I don't know what your experience is with attracting designers, right? But would they be more keen to actually join and stick around if it was not just deep work, but if it was others as well that were in this space where they could, solve for the problem of, number of jobs, number of, supply and demand, basically, right? So I would perhaps challenge a little bit that doesn't need to be looked at, because I think that could potentially be a driver of adoption, and it can be hypothesis tested before building anything, right? But just my 2 cents on that, because asking people to fill out a profile is a losing proposition, right? Just because, right? If there's no clear, I'm getting this out of that, then I think that's a tough one.
I agree. Yeah, it's well, that's kind of what I meant, that it's pretty interconnected, and it's hard to specify it at this point. I think we also don't have to make a decision right now, because we will definitely. So tomorrow we'll go into sketching and actually come up with a couple of tangible ideas. what we should do here is more like explore everything possible, and let's just take the user journey and see in general if that makes sense, and then we'll see if it makes sense to narrow down our scope or keep it as open as is, because eventually we only have a limited amount of time, and like we can probably sketch, like everybody of us will have a different understanding of what's valuable, especially tomorrow when we sketch. And when we will combine the best pieces together into what we can also design into a prototype. And we will just see what comes out of it.
Sounds good.
So I just, on the very bottom, I have this journey that Charlie and I have written up before. I'm just going to make them a different color, like, no, let's do them white. Is that readable? Orange? Okay, orange or white. Okay, we can also, I wanted to keep the black ones as they are, but yeah, because the black ones are the steps that we had that are, yeah, cool, thanks. That can be solved by different software, definitely, for sure. So, and now we can go through the ones that we have voted on and see how they fit together. So before I do, I just want to kind of also read through, I'll maybe give you a chance to read through, but also just like share with you the story that we have here. So the one we want to focus on is the expert one. We also sketched out one for a creative director and for a collaborator, but they, the expert journey, I think, combines the most important parts of the interface, but it's also fine because, again, they're all connected, and we might decide otherwise tomorrow. So in this journey, we're starting off with something like setting the availability or defining favorite task split. These are things that are not really specific, but it's almost like probably something related to profile creation or setting up a profile. I don't know if there were any votes on this, but there were a few posters from the journey. So actually, I'm just going to take that one because I think that's very similar. Self-issue as attestations. So it's not that we actually self-issue them here, but we definitely also just review the personal portfolio, and that might be kind of just a step to consider. Then we have something where we have a dashboard. So the expert views a dashboard with a lot of projects. They see a new project that is relevant for them. And once they log in with Web3 or whichever technology we'll be able to use, they would view the project details and skills needed. They would apply to that project. They get approved and notified that they can actually work on it. Then they will get collaborators to apply for that project. And they look through their profile to verify that they actually want to work with them and confirm that they do want to work with them after looking at the skills and existing badges of the other person. And then we have the collaborator feed. So the project is running, and then we have the feedback from the collaborator. They attest the badges, the credentials. Then again, on these black ones is the payment structure. So like the payment process, how they split the payment, and everybody gets paid accordingly. And then at the end, they can view their profile and badges that they have skills for, and then maybe edit them, add or import other reputation models. And this is more like as a step that I thought was useful within that framework, because we do want to design for this as well. So let me see if there's what else we have here from the other stories, especially that's been upvoted. Generating reputation profile for specific knowledge domains. that was more related to. Oh yeah, okay. So this is also kind of. I'll put it at the end, where they would. Set up or add or import something for a specific knowledge domain. Does that make sense? Is that that's probably yours, Stefan, right?
Yeah. So I meant actually by this, probably that would be an early step, because it's about you can use the same attestations for finding a freelance work, or again, as I explained, just different use cases. So it's actually like you have your GitHub connected, or you have your Gitcoin profile,
right.
And there's a few things that you can do with it, not just freelance work.
Yeah, agree. So I actually have here another step for the creative director role, which is the second one, which is basically the creative director is someone we haven't really talked about yet, but that would be the person who's administrating, or who would be on almost like on the back end, and they can create a specific role or a specific badge or a specific knowledge domain, and that others will follow through. And that's what you were talking about, right?
Yeah, I'm imagining it is a more decentralized way, so anyone can contribute, but yeah, in principle, yes. Okay,
cool. Yeah, I agree. So this shouldn't be limited to like very specific roles. Anybody should be able to do that. It's just here in this sense, almost like as a fractal. So you could layer, but you can also be like anyone can be a creative director themselves and set something up themselves, and it's just the interaction with the other parties that's still relevant. If that makes sense. But in short, yeah, that's like, I'll just add it here as part of that story, because it's definitely important to keep that in mind. Okay, then we have reception of credentials, discovering opportunities, sharing the reputation profile. That's also very important. Receiving feedback after the project interaction. I'm actually going to add that one. So the feedback, I think, is already there. But I'm going to also add the sharing the reputation profile as part of the editing it. Also, by the way, as I'm doing this, feel free to just interject into what I'm saying, because I'm kind of just going, and I might be too fast or misunderstanding something or missing something. So please stop me.
Just maybe quick comment on this requesting reputation profile. So I mentioned that every organization that wants to verify someone's reputation, for them it's really just one API or a simplistic API. So just like the simplest example, you have a Discord bot that you can connect, and that bot would be requesting different reputation data from people joining. The simplest example would be just proof of humanity, proof of personhood, or proof of humanity. Like just a lot of DAOs struggle with Sybil problem. They want to verify that it's actually a real person, not a bot. Okay. That's step 0. Then there's a lot of like someone would be interested in designer reputation, someone would be interested in engineer reputation, someone would be interested in just the fact that this person is, for example, has a wallet and has done, I don't know, at least 10 transactions in the past months, so they can understand the Web3 space. Or yeah, so just so it's not the customer here is not individual, it's the verifier, the organization, but for them, and I think it's important for traction and for success of this protocol, is provide the easiest, the most friendly developer experience, or even organizational code experience, to request that data and set up specifically what they want to see, what kind of knowledge model or skill ontology
okay.
they are subscribing to, and what specific data point are they interested in.
Mm-hmm. From individuals, you mean?
Yes, from reputation holders.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Where do you have like a particular step that summarizes that?
That was the one that you just
okay. Was that at the very end, the one share reputation profile, or? So
that's the share part, because the user journey was on behalf of the customer. But actually, before that, before you start the whole journey, the first step would be kind of request, because it's up to organization to specify the rules, what they are. In this case, creative director, I would consider it like a administration, organization administrator, or some kind of owner of the process who wants to preset what they're actually interested in.
You're muted.
Andre, you're on mute.
Sorry, wrong key combination. I added this step on the very, thanks for that. I added the step to specify the requested skills on the very beginning from the creative director. So that's something that needs to happen on organization level. So they decide on what their skills are and what they're requesting from their users, right? Cool. Yeah, thanks. That's a very important point. Okay, let's see if there's anything else. We have C, which is, I think, mostly covered as well. To select that they get a notification, do the project, view their profile. Okay, and then we have D, sign into portal, getting the profile after verification, actors look for a bid, proposal for a project, go through the requests and profile proposal of the individuals before selecting a relevant collaborator, split their work with the selected collaborator. Once the project goal is accomplished, they test badges. Okay, pretty much covered it all. Okay, there's one with a vote, get invite into Web3 talent marketplace, create skills, profile, and portfolio page with projects. Invite members of the, so I think that's also kind of create the portfolio or account. Invite members of the community I have worked with to attest on projects and skills, find job opportunities that we're interested in, access networking events with companies I'm interested in, work on projects and acquire skills, reputation. Okay, so what's interesting here is the one that says invite members of the community I've worked with to attest on projects and skills. So is this more related to the kind of an open attestation, or is that then project related? So actually kind of tied into working together. I don't know who wrote this.
Yeah, I wrote that. Yeah, and this was meant to be more open, I guess, but potentially with different weights, right? So if somebody attests that has super high reputation, maybe that weighs more. You know, if it's a project that someone worked on but was not part of this, you know, was like a year ago, maybe that's less, right? But yeah, so some degree of flexibility on that front.
That's definitely something that might be possible if we kind of look at other people's profiles. And I don't know, maybe it's not useful at all. Like, it's not something that we generally do, but it's also something that could make sense, is just internally, without a proof of work, being able to attest a skill or some kind of knowledge to someone else, as long as the relationship is clear.
Right.
And I'm just gonna add that here. So we don't really have a step for that as like inviting people here, I think. But I'm just gonna add that to the step where we feedback the collaborator, because at the same time, we can also imagine them to be like, oh, so they did the task, so did the work on the project, but they can also do something else, which is not project related, just because they might be seeing, or actually, yeah, let me actually think how to do that then.
So there's another sticker on the last row that very similar, rate skills, tasks
right
by others.
Yeah.
And so the one problem that you might have with this is that there will be spam. There's people randomly, like basically a LinkedIn problem. Like
exactly.
Call all my schoolmates and ask them to vote that I'm like the best CEO in the world. But you can actually design quite interesting systems, especially like if you do maybe staking or some kind of cryptoeconomics, or you weight it based on the reputation of the repute giver, or someone who is of the assessor. And that increases. So what's important here? You want, I think, you want as broad. Basically, you want more data sources and data points. And even if you score these reputes given by external people very low, it still makes profile much more granular.
True.
Yeah. And there may be something around reputation, that there's different types of reputation for. So I'm thinking multi-level marketing almost, right? So if you recommend someone for a specific skill, and that person is really active later on, you could accrue reputation in that way by the level of activity of the people that you're attesting to, right? So it's not necessarily that I'm really good at it. It's just that I can identify people, I can curate people into the community, right? And those people are productive and keep on doing more and more work and are active, right? So I guess, maybe fine-tuning a little bit what reputation means later would be good.
Just a bit of a side note, but there's a great scientific paper on this called Open Reputation System by Samuel Smith, who's he's doing a lot of work in self-sovereign identity space. And basically he proposes like a formal model of how do you compute reputation. There's a lot of terminology I'm using, like he called each reputation event a repute. And basically one of the properties that we just discussed is that each repute is actually, it has this property of being mutual. So when you are assessing something, it is not only recorded to that person profile, it is also recorded to your profile. And after that, when we run the scoring model, we can see if there's a person who just downvotes everybody and that's all, we can understand that he's a troll and just not take that seriously and weight it down. And if we see someone who is like really deliberate in ranking, and that person also has a large reputation or big or I don't know, high score, then we can increase the weight. So it has to be adjusted. Like the building of the model, it's a complicated task, but there's actually not a lot of building blocks that you need to build those complicated models.
Are you referring to mutual ratings?
Yes, I mean that's I can also leave a link to that paper. It's super enjoyable. Read.
All right,
that's
sure.
awesome.
Thanks.
Cool, nice, thank you.
This one may be too technical.
Nice, high-level white paper.
Yeah, the second one is shorter and easier to understand, and not as
like
much math.
But the font is bigger. This makes it easier to read. Anyway, yeah, thanks. That's very cool. I'm just going to look through what else we have here in those journeys, because I think generally everything should be covered. Sign up, create a profile, discover projects, apply to collab, work is done. link someone's bio to their skills profile. That's an interesting one, just as an entry point. Sees the profile and signs in to create their own, gets their org to set up a profile and start tracking skills and setup. Yeah, that's a very interesting steps as well. So you have to take into consideration that these things should be visible from the outside as well. Gets their org to set up a profile and start tracking skills, mark themselves as having worked specific. Yeah, rates skills completed by others, sees accrued skills in their own profile. Cool. I think generally that should be good.
Also, I love this idea of profiles being public, but maybe you can also articulate it in a way that owner of the profile, basically owner of identity information, has to have full control over what they want to make public. So, for example, you being not good at something does not mean that everybody has to know it. Like if you are bad at something, it's fine. You can try again or learn more and then come back in a year, and now your score is higher. So there has to be granular privacy control or settings.
Yeah, I just added that to the end. When they're at the profile, specify which data is public. Okay, cool. So I also just took the how might we's from earlier, and I'm just going to see if I can move them anywhere to around the areas where they're relevant. So create a persistent lifelong reputation system. It's kind of overarching, but I think maybe the profile is most representative for this. Build software that manages people's skills. So that's like the skill attestation at that stage. Make sure this is an open source tool that can be used beyond deep work. So it's like somewhere in the beginning here, actually. Oops. Create a standardized open source tools, credentials. Yeah, okay, that's the same. Streamline operational processes to prepare and execute and improve the delivery of services. That's the work piece. Create a standard to provide self-sovereign credentialing system. That's also somewhere here around the attestation of the skills. Standardize and calibrate the feedback system. It's also here. Create profiles that offer value to the users because it clearly shows the skills in past projects. That's here. Enable universal identifiers. So these are also here, I would say. Although probably also at the
I think it's here. There's logins with Web3.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that makes sense. Ensure legitimacy and mitigate. Yeah, I mean, this is a tricky one, but I think that's probably also somewhere around the project completion and project work, or the attestation, somewhere here. Visualize the exploration paths in a nice way. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Maybe that'd be probably also at the end when they can see their own profile and reflect on their path. Make this useful for people who want to build skill systems, also on the very beginning for these people. And then we have make it accessible for admins to create a new skill system with their own custom roles and skills. Yeah, so this is also here. So we have kind of these two clusters, which are around the setup and the project creation and the setting up the individual individual skill. And then we also have the login, and then we have the whole like project experience, and then at the end also the profile. So let me just have a look if I can just draw a circle around what is most relevant. Because it seems like it's actually all of this is relevant. I don't see anything that needs to be clearly left out, to be honest. I don't know, Charlie, are you still following? Do you have any thoughts on what can be left out here?
I think, if anything, there's just a decision between the two areas. It's kind of like focusing on once a project is running and kind of like the completion of the project, or it's kind of focusing on the setup, yeah. Although actually I would lean that on, it's either the whole flow, or we'd say, let's not focus on the project setup and focus on that second half.
I'm trying to understand, why do we need the project setup or just the notion of the project? Because can we abstract it? Because you can have a project that is ongoing right now. You can have prior projects. You can have, I don't know, education or tests or exams or people vouching for you. And as long as you can confirm veracity of that data, as long as it is trusted, or you can prove the trust anchor, it doesn't matter.
That's true. Yeah, and I think the only reason why that was, or like why that stands out here, is that it would help us create this networking, like the network effect. But I think it doesn't necessarily need to be part of this design and this interface in general, like, because as you say, it can be done by a different tool, for instance. And then at least that's how I imagine it could be easily be imported from like a spreadsheet or a Notion page or whatever, and like we can focus on the rest, at least for now. And even if it creates a little bit of friction for like organizations at first, at least there will be a lot of value in the rest of the flow.
I think it even reduces friction. I'm just referring to the comment, meta-driven comment earlier. Organizations, even if they are just starting, they have some kind of methodology of how they run projects. It's like it exists already, or at least we should assume that it exists. And it would be super hard. So if you have a methodology and someone brings you a tool that enforces you to use a certain methodology, you need to change your whole process.
That's true.
So again, give Gitcoin an example. They won't change how like tasks are put and how like all that validation and bidding and grant giving is done, but they would definitely benefit from people being able to connect their reputation profile and just have more information about the
I see the project aspect of this being quite essential, but it still fits in exactly with what you're describing. Like the actual project management, the setting up of a project all happens externally, but there has to be like some kind of identity of a project which links to the external thing with the project, just so that there is a reason why that skill system is there, so that you can then sign up or not sign up. Essentially a gateway to particular tasks or items. Does that make better sense to why there's a project in this?
So can I just give a quick illustrative example, and you can correct me where I'm wrong. So as a customer, first, actually, I don't interact with this reputation system. I interact with some organization. Like I want to receive a grant on Gitcoin, or I want to receive a grant on any other DAO that exists today. And I click a button, there's a description of a grant, and there's something saying you need your reputation profile to apply. I click there, I'm redirected to this website, and then I start filling my profile and start kind of building it up. And then once I have it, I go back to this original service. So reputation is not the goal. It's the service or something that opens up. Like it opens up job possibilities, grants, or ability to to be hired or to start.
I see what you mean. So you're almost describing that as another use case where you can use the system on one hand to work on projects and the way that we currently do it, and the projects create the verifications for the work done, but also you can share your profile with other institutions and organizations that then not only contain the work that we have worked through within the system and approved within the system, but also like added from other places and verified by other individuals. Is that kind of what you're getting at?
Yeah, pretty much. I would define it. I would define the problem is I already have a lot of reputation data scattered across the internet. I have my Twitter,
exactly.
I have my GitHub, I have my source cred reputation. I have history working with MakerDAO, Uniswap, whatever. And I just want a single place where I can combine all of that, and then use that to open up more opportunities for myself.
Almost like as a CV.
Yeah, I think there's I just realized there's a little bit of context which is maybe missing here for why there's a project-based system, and it's actually like a background to us trying to assess people's skill sets before they come in and actually work on something. And we made some major mistakes running deep work as an organization, where people came in and said, exactly what you're describing, hey, I have all this reputation from other things because I have my portfolio and my case studies and my GitHub profile and so forth. We put them onto a project, and then they turned out that they didn't have that skill. And the reason we have like the project-based assessment system is what Andre spent the last year building, is that so people who have that skill set can actually assess by them actually doing something, a task and the work.
Sorry, I think you're not disagreeing. So Stefan is not disagreeing with that at all. It's almost what he's describing is it's a second avenue towards the same goal. So the project-based system is one thing which verifies, and this is important, which verifies the skills based on the work. But also you should be able to create, to almost like peer verify other things and place them into the profile so that you can collect a more like, it's almost like a secondary layer to the verification of other skills. So, and then to be able to show off kind of all of these things in one place as a profile.
Yeah, I think this problem is very common. So I believe that almost every organization faces the same problem, even if it's like traditional corporation. You hire a person and turns out that, yes, they were good at the interview and their resume looked good, but they are not responsible, or, well, a lot of problems that arise. So I think this is a common problem, and it's a super exciting, like a great insight that you have by trying to solve this. And project or personal assessment by an expert is definitely a great way to provide, to validate that reputation, but it's not the only one. And it's sometimes, in some cases, it's not possible to do it. Like if you are, I'm referring to this investor reputation idea, which is also in Web3. There's a lot of people who are investing, they sometimes they're pseudonymous or anonymous, and you want to understand who's that person, do I want to work with them? And it's hard to assess it in a project-based way, but you can think of other assessment techniques or modules. But yeah, so definitely not disagreeing. I think that reputation should contain project assessment, but also other things.
Exactly.
So I think in terms of like the wider reputation, there's like a lot of other projects kind of working on in similar places. And, I don't think like deep work needs to like solve for the whole thing per se. It's more so like doing this like one thing really well, which is like project-based skill attestations. And then, this primitive will get composed into like all these other forms of reputation and, be built on top of that. So I think like if we create that primitive, it's kind of like, someone created ERC20 and then, that led to Uniswap and Compound and Yearn. So if we create this like good primitive that does this one thing well, then it'll enable like other organizations and other projects who are working in like similar directions to like aggregate reputation, across Web3 using your ETH address and your decentralized identity. I think it'll enable them to like do it better and have more rich information as a part of that graph.
Totally agree. Yeah. Thank you. Cool. So I think then the scope makes sense. So because then we can also we can expand on this tomorrow in more detail within the profiles and how the profiles look and how they're individually composed. And the rest will just kind of accommodate as for the journey that we have with just joining a project and interacting with someone else to verify each other's work. So this is cool. I think it gives us a clear focus. I drew this green box around this. I think the other part, it does not necessarily have to be left out, but we can just see if we have to focus at some point, then here's where we should place it. Then the rest we can probably make some compromises on, at least in the short term. All right, cool. So we have another 50 minutes approximately. Let's just do the very last piece and then we're done for today, which is gathering some inspiration and just looking at other products and interfaces, screenshots. So if you have any examples of either your work or anything that you think is interesting or relevant, this will be the time to look at those and to share them. So, oh, sorry, let me just actually lock those up. There you go. Or now it's fine. Leave it there. We'll take 20 minutes and look at. You can look online at either other products or like whichever you're familiar with, or maybe even something that you're personally working on. Or other things that you have seen that kind of fit into that area that already neatly visualize certain ideas and kind of thoughts. So one of the things could be something like the profile page of a Gitcoin profile or something, or Open Bounty's profile, because they have been thinking about similar challenges and visualize it in their own way. And that could be a good inspiration for us, but it doesn't mean that it's perfect, because in the end, tomorrow we will combine a lot of these things, into one. And so, or into your own concepts. So I'm going to set a timer on 20 minutes and let you just browse through, just take a screenshot and drop it straight into this board. And after 20 minutes, we will just go through all the screenshots and talk about them. And everybody gets a chance to explain their references and ideas they got this from. And you can really draw inspirations from anywhere. So you can also take screenshots from video games or something, because that might also be relevant for skills and skill trees. So don't limit yourself in any kind of Web3 space necessarily. So 20 minutes, and here's a little bit of music as well. Sorry, I need one more second. Cool.
By the way, Andrej, you got this blue gray box in front of your screen. I don't know. In
Cool.
front of your Miro board.
Is it, what does it say?
It doesn't say anything. It's just a gray box.
Oh, okay. Hold on, I'll move that away in just a second. It seems like I'm doing a couple of things at the same time here. And it doesn't, oh yeah, and it's just paused the screen share.
Since when did you switch to Windows machine?
Yesterday. My my MacBook has started messing around with the keyboard, so it's stopped recognizing my it started like double pressing a few keys for no reason, and it's like a known fault in the MacBooks. Like the keyboard is just badly designed, and
Okay.
they updated it like half a year after people started protesting and started complaining about that's unreasonable for MacBook for Mac. And I'm also a bit uncomfortable about Apple's decision to roll out a tool that is able to scan your device for any personal data and also forward it to any governmental institution. And it's one thing to say from their justification that they want to address kiddie porn and filter that out. but it's not really a matter of whether they're going to use that for other things, but a matter of when. Because if that technology exists, it will 100% be misused. It's just a question of when that happens, and therefore I'm just preparing early enough to not be reliant on any Apple devices. That's probably a bit more important than the keyboard.
Wait a second, I didn't get your point with that Apple thing.
So Apple has announced recently, like a week ago or something, that they are rolling out a software like an AI that connects to your iCloud, which connects to your personal device. And it can read out all your photos and images that you take on your phone, and then analyze them through a machine learning algorithm to search for, at least they're claiming it's being used to search for child pornography on your device without you knowing it. And in case of a positive, they are directly sending the information to the government. And
Oh, okay. So basically it's similar to Google Photos, but they're using it for like these detecting these criminal activities.
Pretty much, yeah. Cool. Yeah, thanks, Amand. So yeah, apparently it can also search through messages and everything. But with Google Photos, you can turn it off and you can not let them view your photos on the device. But you can't do that with Apple because it's basically baked into all of your devices from now on. So
Okay.
it's pretty scary. So I'm switching back to Windows and Linux.
Yeah,
And-
basically it generates a hash for images on device and then compares those hashes with like known images of, child porn. But you could imagine eventually like a government could like, have images of something that they don't want people to spread that's like not, child porn, but it's just, the government wants to detect who has certain images or, whether it's whatever it might be.
Yeah. So the scary part is that that's connected to a business model that's not incentivized for the good of the users, but for the maintenance of centralized governments and centralized Apples. So I'm taking that seriously because again, I think it's not a matter of whether governments are going to use this tool or for what, but when they're going to use it for something that will be restricting humans' rights who are innocent.
So basically the government you're referring to is the American government, right?
I think they are, so I don't exactly know which they have close ties to, or like how that's set up. It probably says more in the article, but primarily the US government, but I don't think that that's going to be the only government. Like it doesn't sound like that would be like it doesn't sound like it's going to be limited to the US government.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think like the only option basically is like going for like Linux builds, because even Microsoft and Windows has been doing this for a lot longer. Google as well. So yeah, it's pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's scary in a place where things are moving faster against what humans want, and at the same time, I don't think it's a big deal for the most use cases. I mean, it's obviously compromises with everything, but it's a lot of tools are browser based, and browser based applications can be limited in what they communicate depending on your browser. And you can use that on any device like Linux. Okay, cool. Does anybody need more time to look for anything else? Otherwise, we can just quickly run through the examples. Okay, cool.
You can do it forever.
Yeah, exactly.
Type reputation into Twitter, and so much happening every day.
Yeah, exactly. Cool. All right, then let's just go over this, and we'll probably be done in 15 minutes, just in time. So let's go from left to right, and I'm just going to, I don't know if you can see my Miro board, but I'll just follow whoever's screenshots these are and show them here as this is also being live streamed. So I think, Stepan, the first ones are yours, right?
Yeah, so actually I want to talk about two things. So these are just early prototypes about, so basically just an idea that we had about 3 years ago, and now it might fit good with this project. So how can you get an assessment or some provable, some provable assessment of the competency or skill of a person without them going through the project? You can actually use script elements. So the idea here, or this prototype, is that there's an expert, they have a take. You sign up with the system, you say that I want to get my badge or NFT that says, that attestation that says I'm good at something, let's say Solidity development. Then you go through a personal examination, might be Zoom or pair programming or some kind of like direct examination between expert and the holder or candidate. And that is recorded and visible to expert community. Then so basically you receive your badge if there's no objection. If there is an objection, there's a prediction market behind it that other experts can say that I don't think that this assessment is accurate. I think it's not 10 or 9 out of 10. It should be 2 out of 10. And it opens up a prediction market. And because experts, all of them have stake, they have monetary and incentive to discover the most accurate solution. But in the same time, they also make money on assessing other people. And you as candidate or a company that wants to do an assessment or wants to hire you, they pay for it. So nice start economics. So it's definitely not something that we want to begin with, just an idea I wanted to share.
Yeah, very cool. So I'm just gonna see if this, oh, sorry. And these are the 2 screenshots that you've shared, right? So there's the kind of attestation, or like you're selecting your expertise, and here on the second screen, that's almost like a profile, right?
Yes, so you can build up your profile from 2 sources. You can either connect your GitHub, your past experience, or some existing tools, or you can go through this personal assessment. And I guess project work would fall into this category. I just really weren't thinking about it before.
Cool. Yeah, nice. Okay, thank you. Whose were underneath? They're just links, I think, right?
Yeah, this polar work, I also edited. It's just a great UI. I really recommend. It's a really enjoyable experience of they basically built a competitor for it, and UX is great. It's just super enjoyable, great graphics, super easy to navigate. Just how UX should look. How LinkedIn should look like to be useful or usable.
I'm just looking at if there are any screenshots of the product on the website already, or something.
So you can sign up. I would really recommend to go through the onboarding flow, because onboarding is something that they got really good. And you need to use the VIP invite code, and it is A16Z. So basically, Jason Horowitz invested in them, and you can use this code to sign up and then go through onboarding.
Cool. And this is for the what is it? The very first one, right? The polywork.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can just quickly share this stream it here. I'm just quickly signing in. Okay, I'm just going to share my screen. Okay, so you should be seeing now the upload your photo screen. I'm not going to, no, okay, I'll have to do that. I don't know if I have any photos. I'm just going to upload a screenshot.
Can be anything.
Cool, it's an interface. Hey, intro yourself. Hey. Okay. So did you mean that flow? Ah, yeah, cool. Enter VIP code. Okay, X instinct Z. Join polywork. Username and assistant. Okay, cool. So I'm just gonna go the dorky one. What's going on? Okay. Next, your space online, your timeline, preferences before you jump in, activity tags. Okay, cool. Okay, so that's the profile, and then you can set up the profile. Oh no, that's what I've just been through. Do you know what else I can do here? So I can post. That's what I see.
I think it's in setup profile. Yeah, they changed it. It looks different now, but yeah. So you can kind of set up the things that you would like to work in, like set up your availability and also all different people, and
okay.
yeah, maybe just
I have trending badges and then
10 minutes
okay.
with this.
Okay, I'll just see if it's possible to also review someone else or something. So she has an activity. So this looks a little bit like LinkedIn, but it's probably like more peer reviewed. So what does it say? Contact, want to collaborate. Ah, cool. Okay, that's interesting. So you can actually sign up for working with someone, doing some specific work if you can think of it. And add to profile. Okay, and so now I have a profile in. Now I have that badge in my profile. It seems. Following 2 people.
I think it still had to go through that setup.
Ah, do I? Oh, okay.
But
maybe that's.
But yeah, I mean, I didn't spend a lot of time using it.
Yeah.
Just.
Yeah. All right. Let's
nice.
just. Yeah. Let's carry on then, and then we can also look at these things in later or individually. Where is my Zoom? Here, I think. There it is. Okay, cool. Okay, Hamad, do you want to go?
Yeah, sure. So starting here, it's not really a UI per se, but there's this thing called Convo, which is like a chat, like a decentralized like chat tooling. So you can add like conversation anywhere. So as a part of this, they built like this aggregate trust score for people to like, to prevent spam and have Sybil resistance. So they integrate with like all these different like data sources and have like an aggregate score. So this is more so like generalized, but you can imagine people's skills being a part of these scores and also like using these scores for, people have like verifying the legitimacy of people's attestations and stuff. So yeah, that's one part. Moving to the right here, this is a creditor prototype for SourceCred. DeepWork actually worked on this. So there's a lot of similarities where, basically people are tracking like different work that was done and tagging it with like the areas or type of work that it was. And, like tagging contributors who worked on it. And then on the right here is like a way for other people to rate these contributions. So it's kind of like these similar patterns of like stuff that's done, people that did it, and then some sort of like scoring mechanism. And it got me thinking, like, if SourceCode is going to like build and use this, is there a way to generalize this like skills protocol where we could actually like have this data feed into that same underlying protocol, instead of, you know, SourceCode having to like first do all their stuff here and then like replicate a lot of the same steps in like the deep work version of it. I think if we can make it more generalizable, then it's a higher chance that people will be able to like adopt it in a turnkey way. Down on this one, this is Metafactory's like curation game. So for whoever's not aware, Metafactory makes like merch and apparel for other like DAOs and communities, and we like bring together like designers and technicians and artists and fashion people to produce this stuff. And as a part of the curation game, we wanted to have a mechanism where people can split like the royalties for the things they worked on and have a history of like, you know, I was a designer on this project and I was a technician on this project. So it's a similar sort of mechanism of, you know, this is like a certain project, there are certain tasks done by certain people, and that data is all traced. And, you know, this is another thing that could feed into that same skill system. If there's like a generalizable way for Metafactory to like convert like whatever data format this is sitting into like a data format that works for the skill system, and you know without having to directly use the that single interface. So yeah, different interfaces to the same underlying protocol. And then this is more so like general theme of like skill trees in video games, where it like shows progression, and you can sort of have a nice map of like what other things you can do and like what things you can unlock when. So I like this as a way to sort of visualize the different like domains and tasks and skills that you could collect, and how you can like progress through them. I don't know if ours is going to be like as linear or structured as this, but thought I'd put it in here just to use as inspiration.
Awesome. Yeah, this is great. Thank you. Cool. Next on the top these are from me, so I'll just quickly run through them. So the very first one is from Colony, and this is also a project that we were working on recently. And it's just kind of showing a layout of projects and how projects look. Particularly, I think mention worthy here is not just the title and description of a project, but things like who else is working on a project, in terms of if, and again, this is something that's more related to the project part rather than the identity or the skill part. But I think there's tremendous value in showing projects that other people also work on, because people recognize other people. And we also know from kind of our internal work and collaboration on similar projects like this right now, is that a lot of people are coming together to work on projects that they find interesting. And this is what the description is good for, but also with people who they find inspiring and interesting and that they can learn from. And only the third reason is actually kind of the payment and the application of the work. Cool. Yeah. Have a great time, Hamad. See you soon. Thank you so much. Yeah. So this one is just kind of an overview of the projects, but there's also kind of the start and the end date, which is similar to how we work. Then the next few screenshots are, let me see, that one's, I think, yeah, let's go from left to right. The next one is a few screenshots from a tool that friends of mine built, which were actually more about designing a project, but like a workshop type of project. So similar to how we ran in this workshop through individual exercises and stages, you can also combine them into other ways. And so their idea for a tool was to create like a sprint that consists of individual tasks or individual, like, what do you call them? Workshop canvases, exercises. And then, as you can see here on this third screenshot, it's like basically saying day one, and it has like these exercises. Day two has these exercises or in a break, and also like there's also stuff in the other days. And generally, that's also how we think about structuring like days, but also skills. So this whole thing could be representing what one skill is like running this kind of project is like a skill, or running the first 2 days, for instance, which consist of individual tasks, which makes it then easier to split them across different people and kind of also look into how they're actually done. And like the next screenshot is, or I think the following two here on the very right-hand side, is like, imagine you're clicking on the research review, the very first exercise, and that shows you the objectives, the instructions, which can be updatable over time. And then you can add things like workshop notes and pictures or something. I don't think that's too relevant, but I really like the idea of being able to track the actual documentation around how to do this particular task. So it doesn't have to be applicable only to the workshops. I think it's very universal. Then I also have a little screenshot from a video game. I think that there's also, I just generally like Borderlands, but I think there's a lot of value in making these playful and reminiscent of video games, because it is kind of, the goal is to make it as enjoyable as a video game in general. And so Borderlands has also done a really good job at actually structuring the individual skills, so that you start off with one character and then you have different opportunities of how you want to develop your skill, which tasks you do in order to collect which badges from top to bottom. And so this can be something like an organization, and these can be the basically the skill tree within that organization, and like your path that you choose from. And there's just overview and a little explanation on the side. Thanks so much, James. Do you have any? Okay, well, we'll review then at another point. See you soon. Okay, and then just to make it quick, also SourceCred, similar outline, different projects. You can look at them. There's also something like a current portfolio, how much cred you have, as you could have a similarity in how much you have earned, which is not like super important, but can be part of the interface still. And as Hamad has mentioned, these things, like that's what the project actually looks like, description, who's on it, yeah, the activity timeline. And the third thing is the IDX, I think, or I don't remember, it's not directly IDX, it's a different tool that uses IDX to collect different DAOs and calculates a trust score somehow, or like a number by connecting.
Yeah, I think it's Convo. It's the one that
yeah,
that
right.
mentioned. So it's just different UI for the same.
Right.
Tool.
Sorry, just give me 1 second. There's someone at my door. Does anybody want to continue? I'm already. Let's go next here on the right-hand side.
Okay, so that's me. Yeah. So I'll sum it up real quick. Like there's nothing much to talk about, but the Twitter verified tick is considered to be quite reliable among the people. And I thought that a similar thing, like a familiar thing, like a blue tick or something like that, would create a sort of a trust factor between the actors or the people who are going to work and the people who are looking to hire someone. Then there is this GitHub thing that I found really interesting, the way they have represented the stats. Like you can see here that how much a worker has worked throughout a year, like what all on what projects they have worked, and you can see their activity basically, and people can judge on the basis of that as well, like how active they are in to the community and stuff like that. Then there's this thing where users or the workers can have images, not images, like a single image like these of their mentors and what they got to say, like what the mentors have to say about this person, like how they worked and how well they have performed, or what all improvements they have to make. Like if there are people like suppose an influencer, not an influencer, but a reliable person or an experienced person basically in an industry. So such kind of people, or their faces at least, would make a difference in a collaborator's profile. Then there is this game called as Counter-Strike Global Offensive, and in that game, it has got a ranking system which promotes the people who play well and demotes the people who just like do not play up to the mark, or are like spamming or throwing the game or griefing. So I thought that would be quite like fascinating to explore, because it's a very like it gamifies the entire concept of working. Like if people can rank up as well, and they can derank as well after doing like after a few years, or their skills might get redundant after some time. So that kind of thing is like also interesting to me. So yeah, those were my 2 cents.
Thank you so much. Cool. Let's go here with the dot collector, if that's someone who's still in the workshop.
Yeah, that was me. There is a bit of philosophy behind it. I highly recommended to read, highly recommended book to read, Principles by Ray Dalio. So they have an app. It kind of works. I don't think it works for all environment. Like investment business, what they are in, it is very different from like software development. But the underlying idea, I think, is super powerful. And we tried to, for the last year and a half, I'm working quite large, so we have about 200 people in our organization. And we try to implement it using just a Slack bot. And it does give very interesting insights. So basically, we replaced review process, 360 review, or like different companies call it differently, but usually in larger organizations, you have this twice a year review process. That is, you can actually replace it with this more granular, smaller, just kudos giving after each meeting, after each small project completed. And it is not using, so what's cool about this, it's not just like the hard skills assessment, but also soft skills, which are much harder to measure. And yeah, so like you can see things like respectful or motivator or a good mentor or creativity, visionary, good listener, good talker, presenter. So it's hard to build this, but I think it seems like an integral piece of this reputation management. So also I have a few more screenshots, just the one down below. That's the graph token or company protocol, and that's just token curation registry that they're using. I think it's very similar to what MetaFactory is doing. So just curation of, in this case, in the reputation system case, I think that curation is needed on the level of scoring models. So you can have you might have 2 or 20 or 200 different ways of creating a reputation for a designer or UX engineer. But then if you want the system to be decentralized, you need some way of choosing which system actually works best, which is the most accurate. And for that, token curation might be a good tool. And just last point, I think it just reflects. So a lot of people, I love that we have a lot of game screenshots. So there's actually a company, and I worked with these guys, great, called Badger. They're in open badges industry space. So mostly focusing on higher or school and higher education. So they actually implemented it in reality. So they have a few, they call them learning pathways. It's actually very similar to how your game skill tree works, but this is like real. So this, you can see an example of culinary arts pathway. So actual skills, actual badges that you need to get in order to complete this culinary culinary arts. And they have a few. So they have one experiential learning certificate. Also, they are, the good thing here, they're combining hard skills and soft skills. So you can see things like critical thinking, data literacy, time management, ethical, like there's like these badges are separate, but then you have it gives a good overview of what you need to do in order to get to this final point. And yeah, there's a link to the website.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you. That's great. Let's move on to the far right. Were these?
That's me.
Cool.
It's just 3 areas. I'll just go super quickly. I looked at kind of like these calculator setups, just because it kind of, I think from the perspective of either setting up projects, but also setting up profiles or reviewing people, just generally the layout of kind of putting inputs on the left and then outputs on the right. There's also a section where we had like payment calculators as well. So I just kind of thought this was a reference there. And one review system, which I've always thought was really clearly laid out from a UX perspective, was Airbnb. Just like you can't see it here. It's the only kind of like screenshot I could find, but each of these steps are individual pages. But I think it just really guides you through steps to review. And then at the end, you've also got options to add a private note and also write a public note as well. I think that's just like incredibly useful in a feedback process. And then finally, I was just looking at profiles, just for kind of ones which are visually interesting to kind of make this a valuable tool to the people actually using this. The Y.app, which has got these emoji cons, the way that you can customize things, and it's kind of fun, especially with the emojis and kind of like adding different things, I think is pretty cool. And then Dribble as well, I just put in because it's kind of like has a good example of visually referencing previous work as well. And that's it.
Cool. All right. Thank you. Okay, so here's James's stuff. I don't exactly know what that's going to be, but let me just read through this. OpenBadges.me, experts would have the authority to define issuers, award verified badges, and manage those credentials. How might users validate such validations? And I'm just going to look through these, let's just look at these screenshots a little bit. So apparently you can here type in, oh, that's actually, you can build a credential, so you can actually create a badge, like creating a, like an image, but then also, yeah, so this is about creating the image itself, but then here you can attest that to people, extend it to actual individuals. And then here is, it seems like the reporting of who is using these badges and showing generally, I guess, the amount of badges that have been issued that you have created. And then that's an overview of your badges. So that's what your backpack, so this is what you have received from other people. And it's just showing these kind of circles. You can also add other badges. And this is a chart. Create designs to match your brand, define any authorized centers. Okay, so you can actually define who is able to authorize these issuers. Issuing can be automated for some badges. So you can apparently, yeah, automate that if a recipient completes a training task or activity, they receive a badge. Issuing can also be a badge release. So issuer allocates badges to recipient. Organization brand is promoted by recipient sharing. So recipient collects badges they can share in many ways. And then your digital credentials now conform to international standards of interoperability, apparently. So, or an organization can audit and track badge issuing from there. So it seems like a very large system and complex system, but quite interesting that it combines also an organization with recipient of badges here. All right. I think that was everything. So it looks good to me. Really enjoyed this. I think basically we can wrap up then. So thanks so much for staying awake. I just don't want to make it more like, don't want to drag it out too much or make a huge thing out of it. But I really appreciate your support, and this was actually very exciting to walk through. So we went through an initial conversation on generally anything that can be part of this project. Just to review, then we went through deciding on a long-term goal of what this project is supposed to contribute to. We also wrote out some sprint questions, which could be blockers towards reaching that goal that we can address within this particular sprint. We sketched out some user journeys and tried to match them into a larger journey that we already had before, but also circled kind of based on our ideas, the main areas and important areas, most important area to focus on during the sprint. And now just finished with reviewing a few examples and visual examples. So it looks great. And yeah, thanks so much for taking part in this. I'm really excited for tomorrow. Tomorrow we will mostly sketch on paper. So tune in and we'll guide you through a creative process of sketching stuff in a matter of a few hours. It's also in total going to take 4 hours because we will spend the first half on just sketching stuff and creating, kind of combining these ideas. And I'll guide you, or I or Roberto, Rodolfo or Sarah, depending on who'll be there. We'll guide you through that sketching exercise step by step, and then we will also try to create already a user journey that we can agree on for the wireframe and storyboarding. So the kind of limit ourselves to a set of screens that we can cover in the wireframing, which we'll do on Friday. All right, thanks so much. I wish you a pleasant rest of the day, and maybe see you tomorrow, or hopefully see you tomorrow. And again, thanks so much for your interest in this project, and see you soon.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Everyone.
Bye-bye.
Tomorrow.
Thanks. Take care.
You playing outro music?
Outro music.
Yeah. Nice. Cool. I'll catch you later.
Cool. See you there.